Thank you. Please be seated. Today is September 23rd, 2022. This is another day of trial in the case of State of Ohio plaintiff versus George Washington Wagner IV, case number 2018 CR 155. The defendant is present in court today with his attorneys John Parker and Richard Nash. The state is represented by prosecuting attorney Rob Junk and by special prosecuting attorneys Angela Canepa and Andrew Wilson. Also present is Ryan Scheiderer, special agent with Ohio BC I&I. Is the state ready to proceed today to have the jury brought up?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready?
Yes, Judge.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's good to see everybody back here today. You'll recall that yesterday we adjourned, and at that time the state was conducting direct examination of Officer Brian White. We are going to resume our hearing at the point that we left off yesterday. Is the state ready to begin today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Officer White, I've just reminded you that the oath that was administered yesterday is still in effect today. Okay. Thank you. You may begin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Up here again, State's Exhibit C436, and this is just the diagram of 3122 Union Hill Road with the general evidence. Is your monitor on?
No.
I believe yesterday when we left off, we were talking about the phone cord that you had collected from Chris Jr.'s bedroom, correct?
Yes.
And that was item number 9, and I believe we also indicated that that had ultimately been swabbed, and we entered into the stipulation already, that actually had the DNA of Chris Rhoden Jr. I just to kind of close that loop, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State Exhibit C-427. If you can just go ahead and tell us what that is.
This is a envelope, vanilla envelope. It's got an evidence label on it. This is number 23. It's got my name on it, and it says swab from phone charging cord. And it's also got a laboratory number on it.
Okay. And is that the swab from Chris Jr.'s phone cord?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, did you also sorry. Did you also collect a phone cord from Dana's bedroom?
Yes, it did.
State's Exhibit C-316, 7957. Would you, sir? Oh, yes, please, no photos.
We say 7917.
Correct. No, 7957, 7957.
That's a photograph showing placard number 10, which is denoting the phone cord that was plugged in behind the mattress in bedroom number 2, or Dana Rhoden's bedroom.
And then C-317, which is 7958.
That's again in the bedroom number 2, or Dana's bedroom. That's item number 10, placard number 10, and it's a close-up photograph showing the phone cord and the item number.
Handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 414. Can you tell us what that is, please?
It's a brown paper bag that says evidence number 10, has an evidence label on it. It says it's a cord, a phone charger cord from bedroom number 2. It's got my name on it and my initials.
Okay. And then, again, did you ultimately swab that phone cord as well?
Yes, I did.
And you, what's been marked as State's Exhibit C-428. If you can tell us what that is.
That's a manila envelope, again, with an evidence label on it that says evidence number 24, and it says blind swab from phone charging cord in bedroom 2. It's also got a laboratory label on it.
Okay. And that is the swab that you took from Dana's phone cord, correct?
That's correct.
That is pictured in item number 10. You can minimize that. Your Honor, again, I believe that the parties have a stipulation.
Please state that for the jury.
Thank you, Your Honor. That State's Exhibit C-414 is the phone charging cord found in Dana Rhoden's bedroom. This item was identified as BCI item number 10. This item was swabbed for the purpose of DNA testing. That swab is marked as State's Exhibit C-428, BCI number 24. The swab was sent to the lab for DNA testing, and there was not sufficient DNA in the swab for comparison purposes.
Mr. Parker?
That's correct, Judge.
The jury is instructed to accept the stipulation just given to be established as fact as fully as if it had been established through evidence here in the courtroom.
Okay. Then did you also collect, as part of your work in this case, did you look for any evidence of shell casings or projectiles, et cetera, within the crime scene, in the various bedrooms where the individuals were killed, and then also throughout the house?
Yes, we identified that all the victims had been shot, so we did an extensive search in the residence for casings, bullets, that type of thing. We were able to find one fragment, lead fragment, that was in Dana's, on the bed where Dana was found. And that was also photographed and collected as evidence.
Okay. C311, which is 7952.
That's a photograph with placard number 8, and that is the fragment that was found once the pillow was removed from Dana's bed.
And C3112, 7953.
That's a close-up photograph of item number 8, which is the lead fragment that was laying on the bed in Dana's bedroom.
Okay, you can minimize that. And once again, Lieutenant, I'm going to approach you with what's been marked as C412. If you can let us know what that image is, please.
Small manila envelope. It's got an evidence label on it. It says evidence number 8. It says projectile, metal fragment next to the victim's head, bedroom number 2. It's also got a laboratory number on it, and it's got my name on it.
Sorry. Yeah. And Lieutenant, do you know when it's got a laboratory number on it, do you know if that's DNA or firearms or what, where that item went?
No, I don't. Either one piece of evidence can go to different divisions of the laboratory. So you could have a firearm piece of evidence, ballistic evidence, firearms evidence that goes to DNA and firearms, or latent print evidence that goes to DNA and latent print. So just by going by the number, I don't know exactly where it went.
Okay. And then, did you also collect the comforter from Hanna May's bedroom?
Yes, I did.
C318, which is 7959.
That's a photograph showing placard number 11, or evidence item number 11, and that photograph is an overview photograph, which is showing the black comforter that was recovered from Hannah's bed that night.
Okay. And handing you what's been marked as C415. If you could go ahead and take a look at that and tell us what that is, please.
This is a brown paper bag that has evidence label on it. It says evidence number 11. It says blanket comforter from bedroom number 3, which is Hannah's bedroom. It's got my name on it.
Your Honor, I believe the parties have a stipulation regarding this item as well.
All right, please state that for us.
That the item contained in State's Exhibit C415, which is the comforter from Hanna May's bedroom, was not submitted for DNA testing.
Mr. Parker?
That's correct, Judge.
The jury is instructed to accept the stipulation just given to be established as fact as fully as if it had been established through evidence here in the courtroom.
And State's Exhibit C324, which is 7965.
That's a photograph showing evidence number 12, or item number 12, and that is also in Hannah's bedroom. I believe that's the pillow that was on her bed at the time.
And handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit C416. Again, if you can look at this and tell us what it is.
It's a brown paper bag, and it's got an evidence label on it, and it says pillow found underneath victim's head, bedroom number 3, and it's got my name on it.
And again, Your Honor, I believe the parties have a stipulation as to this item.
Please state.
State's Exhibit C416, which is the pillow from Hanna May's bedroom, was also not submitted for DNA testing.
Mr. Parker?
That's correct.
All right. And the jury is instructed to accept the stipulation just given as established as fact, as fully as if it had been established through evidence here in the courtroom.
And Lieutenant, again, I'm going to take you back to that door that you had taken photographs of earlier, and then you went back at some point and put scales on it and took additional photographs. Do you recall doing that?
Yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit C267, which is 7907. And can you tell us what we're looking at there?
That's a photograph of the door jamb from the front entry door, and it's a photograph that has scales in it, and what I'm showing there is a couple of the defects that were found in the door, unknown when they occurred.
Okay. And then C268, which is 7908.
Again, that's the same door. This is a close-up photograph with a scale, and that's showing a defect or some sort of in the door latch there, whether it's some sort of mark that's disfigured the latching mechanism.
Okay. And at some point, Lieutenant, you obviously are processing this scene, spending a lot of time after you've photo documented everything, then going back and recovering or retrieving, collecting some of the evidence and marking where you're collecting that from. At some point, did a coroner or coroner's assistant ever enter the scene to examine the 3 bodies?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have an idea of when that might have been, as in time of day?
It was in the evening time. I'm going to say around 8:20ish, 8:30ish in the evening on the 22nd.
Okay. And by that time, you had collected the various items that we see here as far as the comforter and the pillows and the phone cords and those sorts of things, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, the shoe prints and all that.
The shoe prints, yes.
And as part of when a coroner or the coroner's assistant, do you recall who that was?
I do not recall her name. It was a female doctor.
Okay. Do you know the name Dr. Fairnat? Or does
That sounds correct.
Okay. And when a coroner or the coroner's assistant enters the scene, do you assist in helping them to manipulate the body so that they can more closely examine it to see if there's other injuries that aren't visible from where you found them?
Yes, we will assist the coroner or the coroner's investigator, whoever comes to the scene. We will photograph for them, and they do an external examination. They'll point things out to us. We will document it, photograph it, and see it for ourselves. And then we will assist in getting the body removed from the scene with the coroner or coroner's investigator.
Okay. And did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
And again, none of these photos. This pretty much goes for the rest of these. C328, which is 7969.
That's a photograph of Chris Rhoden Jr. As he was in his bed, and that photograph is showing that he was rolled over, and we were examining with the coroner the front side or the torso side of his body.
We object to this photograph.
Overruled.
And Lieutenant, can you tell us the arms, the way they are situated, can you tell us if you noticed or noted rigor at that time?
Yes, it's part of the decomposition process, and it's basically the stiffening of the muscles, and the muscles were stiff at that point.
Okay. And Lieutenant, can you tell us, regarding rigor, what is your understanding of when that sets in?
It's an estimate at best, but once the cardiac function of the body stops, then the decomposition phase starts. Rigor is the stiffening of the muscles, and it can onset anywhere from 8 to 12 hours. And then once it sets in, it releases, and then the body becomes pliable again.
Okay. And approximately, and I know there are lots of variables that factor into this, but approximately when does it release?
Objection, Judge.
I'm sorry,
Objection.
base.
He's not a medical expert, Your Honor.
That's true. I suppose he could state his experience in something, but you'd have to set a foundation for that. But
Thank you, Your Honor. Lieutenant, I believe you said that you processed upwards of 300 homicide scenes during your time with BCI, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And during that time, again, we just talked about how the coroner comes in and then you help manipulate the body, whereas previously you do not touch or move the body prior to the coroner entering the scenes, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so at that time, prior to the coroner entering the scenes, you would not have necessarily noted whether there was rigor or not, correct?
No, We do not manipulate a body unless we have permission from or the coroner or coroner's investigators on scene.
Okay. And during, again, your time processing those hundreds of homicide scenes, were there times where you would note that there was rigor present and times when it was not present?
That's correct.
Okay, so various stages of what you refer to as decomposition when you arrive at a homicide scene.
That's correct.
And based on that, well, do you also have training in the decomposition that the human body experiences after it dies?
Yes.
Okay. And based on your knowledge, training, and experience, do you have an opinion as to when the stage of rigor passes or starts to pass?
I'm going to sustain that objection.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I'm going to sustain the objection, asking for an opinion. I think that's a medical issue. I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay. Regardless, Lieutenant, you noted rigor in Christopher Rhoden Jr.'s.
That's correct.
Correct? Okay. C334, which is 7975.
That's a photograph of the body bag that Christopher Rhoden Jr. was placed in, and it's identified by the name and date of birth of the decedent in the bag.
Okay. And date of birth is 11/4 of 99, correct?
That's correct.
And when did you help place the body in the body bag?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And again, do you try to place it in the bag as you found it?
Yes.
Okay. You can minimize that. States. And did the coroner and you also do the same for Dana?
Yes, we did.
C338, which is 7980. And can you tell us what we're looking at there?
That is a photo. That's a photograph of Dana Rhoden in her bed. She's been rolled over to where it exposes her back so we could examine the backside of the body.
Okay. We can minimize that. And did you also notice rigor in Dana as well?
That's correct.
Okay. And was she then also placed in a bag similar to what little Chris had?
Yes, she was placed in a body bag.
C343, which is 7985.
That's a photograph of the body bag with the name on it and the date of birth, 8/29/1978, with the name Dana Rhoden.
And did you also do the same process with Hanna May's body?
Yes, we did.
C344, which is 7986.
That's a photograph showing the backside of Hanna Rhoden, and after she'd been rolled in her bed by myself and the coroner.
Okay, and did you also note rigor mortis in Hanna May Rhoden's body?
That's correct.
And also, do you note the pooling of blood or liver mortis as well?
Yes.
Okay. did you also note an additional injury that you had not noticed prior to her being moved?
That's correct.
Okay. C345, which is 7987.
That's a photograph showing the left side of the back of Hanna Rhoden's head. That's an injury. It appeared to be a gunshot wound, and we did not see that until we had moved the body.
And then C348, which is 7990. And
Objection, Judge.
and again, what is happening here?
That's, again, we had manipulated or rolled her body again to document the, on the right side and also the right arm.
Okay. And again, that arm shows signs of rigor mortis,
That's
correct? And then I believe we saw the pooling of blood along that side indicating that her body had been laying in that position for some
That's
time.
correct. That was the purple area that we saw in the photograph.
And was Hanna May also placed in a bag similar to the others?
Yes, she was.
C350, which is 7992.
That's a photograph of the body bag that Hanna Rhoden was placed in. Has her date of birth as 4/7/1997 written on the bag.
Okay. Before the body of Dana was removed from that scene, and prior to manipulating her and assisting the coroner, did you also mark an area for blood collection?
Yes.
Okay. C235, which is 7976. And can you tell us what we're looking at there?
That's the body of Dana Rhoden. She's still laying in bed. That's a placard B, and you'll notice on the left leg about the thigh area there's a reddish stain, which appeared to be a blood stain. So that's what that placard is denoting, and then a sample of that blood stain was collected.
Okay. And then C336, 7977.
And again, that's the same area, just a close-up photograph of that blood stain on the left thigh.
Okay. And then C337, which is 7979.
That's a macro or extremely close-up shot or photograph of the blood stain. It's just documenting what the area, the size, and also what the stain looks like. Circular, was it oblong? That's what the purpose of the close-up photograph is. In this particular stain, blood stain was circular, and it was passive in nature, which means it was just deposited there some way, shape, or form.
Okay. And Lieutenant, if you can help us understand, obviously we've seen the photos now. There's a large amount of blood in that bed where Dana was found, correct?
That's correct.
And even blood on her body.
Yes.
Why did you focus your attention on this particular area of blood?
Well, it didn't seem, from looking at her body positioning, and there were no defensive marks or anything on that we could tell on her body, that she wasn't in a position herself to deposit this on her leg. It could have been dropped from another source.
Okay. And what you would call a cast off?
More like a drip from a blood source.
Okay. And did you, recognize that, did you in fact swab that area to submit for testing?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Hanny, what's been marked as State's Exhibit C-424, if you can tell us what that is.
This is a manila envelope that says evidence number 20. It says blood sample, two swabs from left leg, passive blood stain, bedroom number 2, and it's got my name on it, and it's sealed. It's also got a laboratory number on it up in the top.
Okay. And is that in fact the swab that you took of Dana Rhoden's leg?
That's correct.
Marked as Area B.
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, I believe the parties have a stipulation as to this.
All right, please state it for us.
Thank you, Your Honor. State's Exhibit C-424 is the swab of suspected blood from Dana Rhoden's left leg, identified as BCI item number 20. This swab was sent to the lab for DNA testing. The swab tested positive for the presence of blood and contained Dana Rhoden's DNA.
Mr. Parker.
That's correct, Judge.
The jury is instructed to accept that stipulation just given to be established as fact as fully as if it had been established through evidence here in the courtroom.
Lieutenant, did you also, you previously had testified that you marked an area in Christopher Rhoden's bedroom as area number A, and I believe that was on the floor to the, if you're facing the bed, at the foot of the bed, to the left of the bed, between the bed and the closet.
That's correct.
Okay. And just C9 or 294, which is 7935.
That's the photograph of Area A from Chris Rhoden Jr.'s bedroom. That's the blood stain that was found on the floor close to the wall in between the bed and the closet.
Okay. And did you ultimately swab that area as well?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Hanny, what's been marked as State's Exhibit C-423. If you can just tell us what that is, please.
This is a manila envelope, and it's got an evidence label on it, and it's marked evidence number 19. It says blood sample, 2 swabs from floor of bedroom number 1, which is Area A, and it's got my name on it, and it's sealed. It's also got a laboratory sticker on it up on top.
Okay. And is that in fact the swab that you collected from that Area A in Christopher Rhoden Jr.'s bedroom?
Yes.
Your Honor, again, we have a stipulation, I believe.
Please state the stipulation.
State's Exhibit C-423 is the swab of suspected blood from the floor of Christopher Rhoden Jr.'s bedroom. This swab is identified as BCI item number 19, lab number 8. This item was sent for DNA testing. The swab tested positive for blood and contained Christopher Rhoden's DNA.
Mr. Parker.
That's correct, Judge.
All right, the jury is instructed to accept the stipulation just given to be established as fact as fully as if it had been established through evidence in the courtroom.
Were those the only 2 swabs of blood that you collected from that scene that day?
Yes.
And did you, when you were in Hanna May's bedroom, did you look for a phone cord and or a phone?
Yes.
And were you able to locate either one of those items?
No, we didn't locate a phone or a cord in her room.
After the bodies of Christopher Jr. and Dana and Hanna May were removed, did you also collect additional bedding from their beds?
Yes.
C352, 7994. Again, none of these photos really from today.
That's a photograph with placard number 13, and that placard is denoting the sheet that was found on Christopher Rhoden Jr.'s bed.
Okay. Handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit C417. If you could tell us what that is, please.
This is a paper bag that has an evidence label on the front that says one sheet, and it's from bedroom 1. It's got my name on it, and it's also got my initials on it.
And Your Honor, I believe we have a stipulation as to this item, specifically that State's Exhibit C417, the sheet from Christopher Rhoden Jr.'s bed, was not submitted to the lab for DNA testing.
Does that have an item number too, also?
Yes.
Item number 13.
Yes, sorry.
Mr. Parker, is that the stipulation?
Yes.
The jury is instructed to accept that stipulation just given to be established as fact as fully as if it had been established through evidence in the courtroom.
And State's Exhibit C354, which is 7996. Again, no photographs. And can you tell us what we are looking at there?
That's an overall photograph of Christopher Rhoden Jr.'s bed, and that's showing the blood stain that was on the mattress once the sheet was removed.
Did you also collect a bed sheet from Dana Rhoden's bedroom?
Yes, I did.
State's Exhibit 356, which is 7998.
That's a photograph showing placard number 14, or item number 14 is what the number represents. And that's showing the sheet that was on the bed that Dana Rhoden was removed from.
Okay. And that would be item 14.
Item
correct?
number 14, yes.
Handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit C418. If you could go ahead and look at that and tell us what that is.
This is a brown paper bag, and it has an evidence label on it on the front. It says one sheet, and the location's from bedroom 2. It's got my name on it, and that's it.
And Your Honor, once again, I believe we have a stipulation regarding this item, specifically that State's Exhibit C418, item number 14, was not, being this sheet from Dana Rhoden's bed, was not submitted to the lab for DNA testing.
Mr. Parker?
That's correct, Judge.
The jury is instructed to accept the stipulation just given to be established as fact as fully as if it had been established through evidence in the courtroom.
Okay. And finally, Lieutenant, did you also collect the bed sheet that was underneath the body of Hanna May Rhoden as well?
Yes, I did.
C358, which is 8,000.
That's a photograph, an overview photograph showing the bed from bedroom number 3 where with the body of Hanna removed, and that's placard number 15, which is representing item number 15, which is the white sheet there.
And you did collect that item,
Yes, it was collected.
and then obviously marked as item 15.
Yes.
Hanny, what's been marked as State's Exhibit C419. If you can tell us what you are looking at there.
This is a brown paper bag that has an evidence label on the front. The evidence label reads evidence number 15, one sheet from bedroom 3. It's got my name on it. That's it.
And Your Honor, once again, I believe we do have a stipulation regarding this item.
Please state the stipulation.
Specifically, State's Exhibit C419, marked as BCI item number 15, was not, being the sheet from Hanna May Rhoden's bedroom, was not submitted to the lab for DNA testing.
Mr. Parker.
That's correct.
The jury is instructed to accept the stipulation just given to be established as fact as fully as if it had been established through evidence in the courtroom.
Okay. And again, Lieutenant, we talked yesterday, I believe, about the prioritization of DNA testing on any given collection of evidence from a crime scene. And can you tell us why those items would not have been given a priority, I guess?
You would expect to find the victim's DNA on a bed sheet that they are sleeping on. So that's the reason why they weren't given top priority.
And obviously, those were items that were underneath the bodies of each
That's
of
correct.
the individuals.
And we knew that the bodies touched those items, so we would expect their DNA to be there.
And other than the area A, where you've collected blood from the floor of Christopher Rhoden Jr.'s bedroom, did you observe any other blood in that residence throughout that would indicate anybody else was bleeding?
No, there was no other areas identified of any other blood anywhere throughout the house.
And Lieutenant, did you also do a vacuuming of the victims' bodies or the areas where they were found for evidence purposes?
Yeah, one of the collection techniques that we can use is called a forensic vacuum. And what a forensic vacuum is a vacuum, but it has filters that will collect and trap any type of trace evidence, meaning hairs, fibers, any of that stuff. So we did use that on each bed surrounding each victim. So I went in, and these filters are not your traditional vacuum filter. They are sterile, and they are vacuum sealed, so they're clean when you get them out, and you change the filter each time you use the machine. So each victim got a new filter each time. And then those filters are then collected as evidence, and they can be submitted to the laboratory for further examination.
And obviously, there's no photos of that process, correct?
No, there are not.
Okay. And that was done prior to the removal of the bodies, correct?
That was done that was done very early on in the process as to not contaminate anything, us contaminate anything. So yes, it was done before any manipulation of the bodies, before any bedding was removed. That's when it was conducted.
Okay. Handy, what's been marked as C420. If you can go ahead and look at that and tell us what that is.
This is a brown paper bag, and it has an evidence label on the front that says vacuum filter from bedding, bedroom number 1. And it has got my name on it, and also it has my initials on it.
Okay, and again, bedroom number 1 was Christopher
Chris
Jr.'s.
Rhoden Jr.'s bedroom.
Okay, and is there any markings from the lab on there?
There are not.
Okay. Handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit C421. You could look at that as well.
Sure. This is a brown paper bag that says, has an evidence label on it, marked evidence number 17, and it's described as a vacuum filter from bedding. Bedroom number 2, it has my name on it and also my initials.
Okay, and again, bedroom number 2 was Dana Rhoden's.
Dana Rhoden's bedroom, that's correct.
Okay. And C422.
This again is a brown paper bag, and it says vacuum filter from bedding. It's marked as evidence number 18. It has my name on it, and it also has my initials.
Okay, and bedroom number 3 was Hanna May Rhoden's, correct?
That's correct.
And again, and it appears that none of those items were submitted to the lab. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. In addition to those 2 areas, the A and B areas that you collected blood swabs from, did you also do blind swabs within the residence at 3122?
Yes.
Okay, I'll just have them explain it. Did you collect blind swabs from both the interior and exterior, the handles on the door?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you, let's see, State's Exhibit C425.
That's a manila envelope that says, has an evidence label on it. It says evidence number 21, and it's a blind swab from interior and exterior door handle, and that's on the front screen door.
Okay.
And it's has my initials on it, and it also has a laboratory sticker.
Okay, and it is BC item number 21, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and that's the front, the very front, the entry
The
doorway,
entry, front
correct?
entry door, yes.
Okay.
The screen door.
Your Honor, I believe we have a stipulation as to this item.
All right, please state it.
The State's Exhibit C425 is a blind swab of the front screen door of 3122 Union Hill Road. This item is identified by BCI item number 21 and lab number 9. This item was sent to the lab for DNA testing. This item contained a complex mixture of DNA that was not suitable for comparison purposes.
Mr. Parker?
That's correct, Judge.
The jury is instructed to accept the stipulation just given to be established as fact as fully as if it had been established through evidence here in the courtroom.
And did you also swab the interior and exterior door handles of that big, again, kind of purplish door?
Yes.
That we saw? Okay, and again, that's the entry door?
That's the entry door on the front.
Okay. Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 426. If you could look at that and tell us what that is.
That's a manila envelope. It's got an evidence label that says blind swab from interior and exterior door handle of the entry door. It's got my name on it. It's also got my initials, and it's also got an laboratory evidence sticker.
Okay. And Your Honor, I believe we also have a stipulation as to this item.
All right, state the stipulation.
State's Exhibit 426 is a blind swab of the front door handle. This item is identified by BCI item number 22 and lab number 10. This swab contained a complex mixture of DNA that was not suitable for comparison purposes.
Mr. Parker,
That's correct, Your Honor.
the jury is instructed to accept the stipulation just given to be established as fact as fully as if it had been established through evidence here in the courtroom.
And Lieutenant, did you also do a blind swab of the interior door handle of Christopher Rhoden Jr.'s bedroom?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And just, I guess I should have you explain this. What is a blind swab?
Blind swab is a method of collecting potential touch DNA. So anytime you touch something, you have the potential of leaving behind skin cells. And those skin cells, if collected, there's a potential that you can get a DNA profile from them. So a blind swab is simply a cotton swab, and it's moistened or dampened with either a distilled water or a solution called SEB, which is called stain extraction buffer, and that is a chemical that they use in the laboratory during the DNA process, and we can use that out in the field as a substitute for distilled water in order to dampen the tip of the swab, and then you take the swab, the dampened portion, and you swab what it is, the item that you want to try to collect those skin cells off of.
Okay. Handing you what's been marked as C431. If you could look at that and tell us what that is, please.
That's a manila envelope with an evidence label on the front that says evidence number 27, blind swab from interior bedroom door handle, bedroom number 1, which is Chris Rhoden Jr.'s bedroom. And it also has my name on it and a laboratory sticker.
Your Honor, again, I believe we have a stipulation as to this item.
State it, please.
State's Exhibit C431 is a blind swab from the interior door handle of Christopher Rhoden Jr.'s bedroom located at 3122 Union Hill Road. This item is identified as BCI item number 27, lab number 11. This item was sent to the lab for DNA testing. This swab contained a mixture of DNA that lacked sufficient DNA data for comparison purposes.
Mr. Parker,
That's correct, Your Honor.
the jury is instructed to accept the stipulation just given to be established as fact as fully as if it had been established through evidence here in the courtroom.
And finally, did you also do a blind swab from the door handle of Dana Rhoden's bedroom?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm going to approach you with what has been marked as State's Exhibit C432. If you can tell me what that is.
That is a manila envelope, and it has an evidence label. It says evidence number 28, blind swab from interior bedroom door handle, bedroom number 2, which is Dana Rhoden's bedroom. It has a laboratory sticker on it, and it also has my name on it.
Okay. And Your Honor, I do believe we also have a stipulation in regards to this item.
All right, please state the stipulation.
State's Exhibit C432 is a blind swab from the door handle of Dana Rhoden's bedroom located at 3122 Union Hill Road. This item is identified as BCI item number 28, lab number 12. This swab was sent to the lab for DNA testing. This swab contained a mixture of DNA that lacked sufficient DNA data for comparison purposes.
Mr. Parker,
That's correct.
the jury is instructed to accept the stipulation just given to be established as fact as fully as if it had been established through evidence here in the courtroom.
Okay, Lieutenant. I'm going to ask you to reference this diagram that is up there. I believe it's 436. Yes. And that, again, you testified previously that while those diagrams are not to scale, they do give you a fairly good information about the layout of that residence, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that one is marked as general evidence. And so can you just walk us through the items that you collected and where they were located in those various?
Yeah, obviously, number 1 was outside, number 2 was outside. Those were the cigarette butts leading up to the front porch. Number 3 was the $5 bill that was in the backyard. And then inside was number 4 was here at the bed of Chris Rhoden Jr.'s bedroom. Number 5 was the blanket from bedroom number 2, or Dana Rhoden's bedroom. Number 6 was the pillow that was on the bed of Dana Rhoden's bed. Number 7 was a pillow that was on the bed of Dana Rhoden's bed in the bedroom. Number 8 was the phone charger cord from.
Is that correct? Look at number 8. I believe that's actually, it probably is not going to show up. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's probably not going to show up there. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Number 9 was the phone charging cord from Chris Rhoden Jr.'s room that was plugged in there. Number 10 is the phone charging cord from Dana Rhoden's bedroom, and it was right there at the bed. Number 11 was the blanket from bedroom number 3, or Hannah's bedroom, the bed there. Number 12 was the pillow that was on Hannah's bed in bedroom number 3. Number 13 was the sheet. Number 14 was this sheet from bedroom number 2, which is Dana's bedroom, that sheet that was taken off of her bed. Number 15 was the sheet that was taken off of bedroom number 3, which was Hannah's bedroom. And the filters, the trace vacuum, from Chris's bed, from Dana's bed, and from Hannah's bed. And then the shoe prints, the gel lists of the shoe prints were taken from right here at the entryway in the door as you walked in the house.
Okay. And does that represent all of the items of the general evidence, meaning non-blood or the blind swabs and not ballistic?
That is correct.
Okay. And again, obviously not to scale and not exact, but does that generally fairly and accurately depict the evidence and the locations from the evidence that you collected that day?
Yes, it does.
Going to place up here State's Exhibit C 435. Again, a diagram of 3122 Union Hill Road. And there are both blue circles there and there are red circles. If you can tell us what the red circles represent and then what the blue circles represent.
The red circles represent the blood, or actual blood, and then the blue circles represent the blind swabs for the touch DNA. So starting in Chris Jr.'s bedroom, we have that area A, which was beside the bed, which was item number 19, the swabs of that. And then we have also in Chris Rhoden Jr.'s bedroom, we have the blind swab, which was on the phone cord. We also have the blind swab from the door handle of the bedroom door. And as we're walking out into the living room, we have blind swabs from the entry door and the screen door. Walking through to Dana's room, we have the blood stain that was collected from her left thigh. We have, again, a swab of the phone cord that was in her bedroom, and we also have a swab of the door handle that was the door that led into her bedroom.
Okay. And we talked about the projectile that you recovered from the bed of Dana Rhoden, correct?
That's correct.
And that was just a fragment?
Lead fragment.
Okay. And did you find any other projectiles or shell casings in the bedroom of Dana Rhoden?
No.
Did you find any projectiles or fragments or shell casings, sometimes also called cartridge casings, in the bedroom of Christopher Rhoden Jr.?
No.
And did you find any of those items in any other areas of that residence, leaving out Hanna May Rhoden's bedroom at this time?
No.
Did you look for those items?
Extensively.
Okay, and tell us why.
As we established early on, the victims were shot. So evidence from a shooting incident could be bullets, it could be fragments, it could be spent cartridge cases, it could be just a variety of different things that can be produced during a shooting event, which we didn't find in the first two bedrooms at all. So that led us, except for that little fragment that we found there in on Dana's bed. So as a crime scene investigator, you ask yourself, how can this happen? There's several explanations as to why we're not finding what we would expect to find. And that's important, because then you try to figure out why you're not finding what you would expect to find at a scene like that. And there's several different explanations. Sometimes people pick up their spent casings. Sometimes sometimes casings don't get ejected, like if you use a revolver or something. That could be an explanation. Sometimes they have apparatus that can catch expended shells or spent casings. That's an option. So there's a bunch of different things going through your head when you don't find the things that you expect to find.
Okay. And especially given the fact that you were able to detect multiple gunshot wounds on these individuals, correct?
That is correct. We knew we weren't dealing with just 2 shots or 3 shots. We knew we were dealing with multiple shots, which heightens that sense even further, that we should be finding casings and we should be finding other items of ballistic evidence.
Okay. And did you also search Hanna Rhoden's bedroom for any projectiles or fragments or shell casings?
Yes, we did.
And did you ever locate a shell casing in that bedroom?
We found one shell casing, one cartridge case in Hannah's room, and it was located under the crib. You see in the diagram, the crib's there beside the bed, and that's where the cartridge case was at.
Okay. C382, which is 8025.
That's a photograph of the crib in Hanna Rhoden's bedroom, and what this photo is showing is the bottom portion of that crib, and we can see in the photograph the spent or the cartridge case that's laying on the floor right in this area here.
Okay.
And that's more of an overall type photograph, not very close up.
Okay. And just for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is a shell casing or a cartridge casing?
When ammunition is made up of the casing and the bullet, when that bullet is expelled from the casing, you're left with the casing. The bullet's not part of it, the powder's not part of it, and you're just left with the casing. And the casing can generally It's generally ejected from a semi-automatic weapon, or it can be maintained in the chamber for a revolver. So it's what's left after the bullet's already been expended.
Okay. C83, which is 8026.
And that's a more close-up. We're taking this photograph, I'm taking this photograph through the slats of the crib, and I'm showing a more close-up of that cartridge case that's laying there on the carpet.
Okay. And did you ultimately mark that with one of your placards and collect it as evidence?
Yes, I did.
C385, which is 8028.
So that photograph is showing us that underneath the crib, that's item number 26, and that placard represents that cartridge case as evidence item number 26.
And State's Exhibit C386, which is 8029.
And that's a close-up of that cartridge case with the placard there. All that's showing is the placard next to the item, and it's item number 26.
State's Exhibit C388, which is 8031.
That's after the item, the cartridge case has been removed from the carpet, and it's common practice for us to take a picture of the head stamp, and the head stamp is just what you see there with the writing on it. And each ammunition, it varies between ammunition manufacturers, but most will have caliber and a manufacturer name on that head stamp. This one just has the manufacturer of Remington, REM, and that's what I'm documenting there.
Okay. And you indicated that you did, in fact, collect that as item number 26. Correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Handing you what's has been marked as State's Exhibit C430.
Yes.
If you could look at that box and tell us if you recognize what that is.
This is a cardboard box that is marked as evidence number 26, and it is a fired cartridge case. It's a Remington, what we describe as a rimfire, and it's from bedroom number 3, and it's got my name on it and my initials. It also has a laboratory number up on the side there.
Okay. Lieutenant, I'm going to ask you to go ahead and open that up if you can. Who's there? There's scissors there still, I believe.
We'll stipulate.
I would like this item to be shown, please. My apologies, Lieutenant. Have you been able to retrieve that item from that box?
Yes.
And if you could just go ahead and walk in front of the jury and show them that item, please.
Yes. Are there objections to
No.
this? All right.
And Lieutenant, can you also turn it so you can see the head stamp on that, and make sure that all of our jurors over here too are able to see that, please? Thank you, Lieutenant. And Lieutenant, can you tell us, again, in your experience of processing over 300 homicide scenes, why do you look in all areas of that bedroom, including under the crib? And I guess specifically I'm asking, is it your experience that shell casings can be ejected in some distance from where the individual is standing when they are firing the weapon, or can be kicked or moved or caught in victim's clothing or other things like of that nature?
Absolutely. You get a general direction for when one of these would be ejected from the firearm. You get a general direction, whether that would be to the right and rear, to the right and front, to the left and rear. But there are so many factors in a room that has furniture, walls. Casings can bounce off of things. They can be stepped on. They can be kicked. They can be moved. There's a lot of different variables when it comes to finding them.
Okay. Was that the only shell casing that you recovered from that residence?
That's correct.
I'm going to put up State's Exhibit C433, and again, this is a diagram. This was not prepared by you, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. But again, representing the residence at 3122 Union Hill Road. And it's entitled Ballistic Evidence. And we see two green circles there. Can you tell us what those represent?
Those green circles represent any type of ballistic evidence that was recovered from the scene. And that was item number 8, which was the lead fragment that was found on the bed there on Dana when we found it there on Dana's bed. And then the cartridge case that was found underneath the crib in Hannah's bedroom.
And Lieutenant, in processing this scene, and obviously you took great care of documenting both how the individuals were laying and positioned in their beds at the time that you found them, along with coverings on them, and examined their bodies. Was there any indication from your examination indicating that any of these individuals attempted to flee their beds at the time that they were shot?
No, there was no evidence. In fact, they were covered with a blanket, and I didn't notice any defensive type wounds or anything like that on any of the victims from my scene.
And if some of the individuals for instance, Christopher Rhoden, you testified earlier, his bedroom was kind of off to the right, and I think you said the far end of that residence, and
correct.
Then the two females were closer together there. But does that give you, do you have an opinion regarding that as far as them not having heard the other shots, or that have not woken them up?
I think there's You have complete opposite ends of the house, so there is some distance there. There's also ways that firearms can be suppressed to not make noise, as much noise. That's an option. Those are some of the things that you're thinking of when you're going through. It didn't appear like any of these victims had gotten up, so were they awake? Were they awakened by the noise? It didn't appear so.
Okay. And do the evidence that we've seen, both in the general evidence, the biological evidence, and the ballistic evidence, represent all of the items that you collected from the scene that day?
That's correct.
And was there also a scan made of this residence?
Yes.
And can you talk to us about what kind of scan that was and how that works?
The crime scene was scanned in 3D by using a 3D scanner, and it's very similar to the other crime scenes in how that works. The only difference in this crime scene was the scanner that was used was a Leica scanner versus a Faro scanner, but the technicians were able to basically stitch all the scans together, so all 4 crime scenes then have were able to be stitched together, so you can see the 3D of each crime scene.
Okay. And was that done prior to, again, manipulating any evidence in the scene prior to putting your placards down and that sort of thing?
That's correct.
Okay. Prior to doing that, I do want to follow up on one thing on the shell casing that you identified as State's Exhibit C430, which was BCI item number 26, I believe.
Yes.
That was the shell casing
That
from
was the
Hanna.
cartridge case, yes.
Okay, cartridge case from underneath the crib there.
Yes.
You indicated it had a BCI or a lab number as well.
Yes. It has a laboratory sticker on the packaging.
Okay. Your Honor, I believe there is also a stipulation as to that item.
All right, please state that.
State's Exhibit C430 is the fired .22 caliber cartridge casing found in Hanna Rhoden's bedroom. This shell casing is identified as BCI item number 26, lab number 5. This item was sent to the lab for DNA testing. There was insufficient DNA on this item for comparison purposes.
Mr. Parker?
That's correct.
All right. The jury is instructed to accept the stipulation just given to be established as fact as fully as if it had been established through evidence in the courtroom.
And I also, Your Honor, I believe we have one final stipulation as to any DNA testing, that of all the items that were submitted and tested from the residence of 3122 Union Hill Road, none of the items contained the DNA profiles of either Edward Jacob Wagner, George Washington Wagner IV, which is the defendant present here in the courtroom, George Washington Wagner III, which is also referred to as Billy Wagner, or Angela Wagner.
That's correct.
All right. With respect to that stipulation, the jury is instructed to accept the stipulation to be established as fact as fully as if it had been established through evidence here in the courtroom.
At this time, Your Honor, I would ask to play the scan of this scene marked as State's Exhibit S, as in Sam, S3.
All right, this is a scan. Any objections
No.
to playing the scan? All right. May I do so?
Oh, yes, and this should not be photographed. I mean, isn't it? None of it should be. And Lieutenant, can you tell us, when you scanned that scene, or when that scene was scanned, what kind of tool was used for that?
It was a Leica 3D scanner.
Okay. And again, does that fairly and accurately depict the scene at 3122 Union Hill Road that you found, as you found it that day?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And before anything was moved or your evidence placards were placed?
That's correct.
Okay. Lieutenant, did you also, those vehicles that you had photographed earlier that were in the driveway there at 3122 Union Hill Road, did you also look through those?
Yes, I did.
Okay. C359, which is 8001.
That's a photograph of the Jeep that was in the driveway there in front of the red barn, the residence here at 3122 Union Hill. That's just with the driver's door open, taking an overview from outside to inside on the vehicle.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 360, 8002.
Again, that's the same Jeep and through the driver's compartment, and that's just a mid-range shot showing the console area and the driver's seat.
Okay. And C361, which is 8003.
Again, that's from the driver's side around the driver's seat area, and that's a photograph just showing the passenger compartment, front passenger compartment of the car.
Okay. And what appears to be perhaps a purse on the
And then
passengers.
in a purse, yeah, that's on the passenger seat.
Okay. C366, 8008. Can you tell us what that is?
That is the driver's side with the door open of the silver vehicle that's sitting in front of the barn, the red barn there in the driveway.
And it's 367, which is 8009.
Again, that's from the driver's side, photograph from the driver's compartment to the passenger compartment of the front seat of the silver vehicle.
368, which is 8010.
That's a mid-range photograph showing the passenger seat, the bag that's on the passenger seat, and the photograph's taken from the driver's side of the car.
And C377, which is 8019.
That's a photograph from the passenger side of the vehicle with the passenger door open, and that's showing the bag and the plastic bag that's on the passenger side floorboard.
Okay. And C379, which is 8022.
That bag was opened that was on the passenger side of the silver vehicle, and there was a wallet that was found inside that bag and a driver's license. This, I believe, was to Dana Rhoden, and this photograph's just showing that that wallet came from that bag and that there was a driver's license in it.
Okay. And C378, which is 8021.
And that's a close-up photograph of the driver's license that was in the wallet that was found in the bag on the passenger side of the silver vehicle, and that's the driver's license of Dana Rhoden.
And C380, which is 8023.
That's just a documentation photograph to show that there was money in the wallet as well, and that wallet came from that black bag.
And was any of this collected as evidence, or you were just documenting the interior of that vehicle and the belongings found in there?
This was just for documentation purposes, just to show that we did go through the vehicle, and no evidence was collected from the vehicle.
And Lieutenant, did you also, do you prepare reports whenever you process a crime scene, just documenting your findings and making various notations, including a list of evidence that was collected and where it was collected from, et cetera?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And then does that also contain some photographs of the various locations that you searched or where individuals were found?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And is that something you would do for any crime scene that you processed?
Every crime scene that we process, we do a report on.
Okay. Lieutenant, handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit C. It's an 8-page document that has been stapled together. If you could just look at that and tell us if you recognize that.
Yes, that's the report, a copy of the report that I prepared in processing the crime scene.
Lieutenant, did you also collect, well, let me just ask you, that is the copy of the report that you prepared?
That is correct.
Okay. And did you also collect an item from Sheriff Evans at that scene?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us what that item was?
That was Sheriff Evans had went, I believe, to the hospital and collected a diaper from one of the infants that was transported to the hospital. And when he returned back, I took custody of that from him.
Okay. So you recovered a diaper from the infant that was reported to have been located in 3122 Union Hill Road, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you also mark that and maintain it in similar fashion as to the other items?
Yes, I did.
Okay. In Your Honor, we will, that is in our evidence room, so we'll have to retrieve that and provide that to him after after a break.
All right.
Lieutenant, does that represent the sum of what you did at 3122 Union Hill Road on April 22nd of 2016?
Yes, it does.
Do you know what time you cleared that scene?
I don't know an exact time. I know it was dark, and I know it was late.
Okay.
but I don't know an exact time.
Okay. Lieutenant, did you also do, well, I guess, is it fair to say that you did a lot of work regarding this case after processing the scene at 3122 Union Hill Road?
Yes, I was tasked with just about any type of follow-up from crime scene that needed done regarding this case. Went pretty much through me, and if I wasn't available, then somebody else would fill in. But I was the primary go-to when it came to crime scene-related issues with this case.
Okay. Specifically on April 22nd of 2016, did you go into any other crime scenes that day?
No, I did not.
Okay. And other than yourself, and I believe you said Special Agent Perry Roser was assigned to assist you, did any other crime scene agents come into your crime scene?
No, they did not.
Okay. You indicated that you were kind of the primary go-to if anything needed processed or there were search warrants or other things of that nature, correct?
That is correct.
And can you tell us, first of all, are you aware of, first of all, were those scenes maintained or secured for a number of days and even weeks after you guys processed the scenes on April 22nd of 2016?
Yes, they were secured by uniformed law enforcement from various jurisdictions. Is not uncommon to, after the initial search or evidence collection from a scene, to go back the next day or even a couple days later and go through it again just to make sure that nothing was missed. And the urgency for the situation has kind of subsided at that point, that we've gotten the major evidence that we need to get, documentation very quickly. Then we can kind of just go through again and just double check our work, basically.
So if there was anything you overlooked or anything you needed to follow up on, the scene would still be secure and you could re-enter and collect any additional items that you might have learned their importance at that point.
That is correct.
Okay. And you said those were maintained by officers of various jurisdictions. Tell us about that.
Obviously, there were 4 crime scenes to secure, and that would mean they need to be guarded 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So it took extra resources from surrounding jurisdictions to chip in and help with the maintaining the integrity of those scenes.
Okay. And in this case, were the actual residents themselves ultimately removed from the locations they were found and stored and secured in a separate location?
Yes, the decision was made to remove the trailers, the houses, and secure them for long-term storage, and they were secured at a warehouse here in Pike County.
Okay. And again, can you tell us, was that basically for the same reason, so that if anything, new information developed and you needed to go back to those scenes, that you would be able to do that?
Yes, the only difference being that we would have to get additional paperwork. Basically, they weren't being, a uniformed officer was not stationed with them once they were removed. So if we wanted to re-enter them, we would have to get new search warrants. So that would be the only difference. But yes, it was to maintain for long term.
And so anytime you wanted to re-enter those locations, you would have to get a new search warrant?
That's correct.
Okay. The first set of search warrants that you got on April 22nd of 2016 gave you permission to enter each of those individual scenes.
Yes.
And that kind of remains open for until such time as the security is removed.
That is correct.
Fair?
Yep.
So it's contemplated in the search warrant itself that it might take more than 1 day to
Yes.
process that. Okay.
That's correct.
specifically, just focusing your attention now, you may have to talk about other things later on, but for now, were you asked to go back and conduct a further search of the residence that Frankie and Hannah Hazel were found in, which was also there on Union Hill Road?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And can you tell us if one of the things that you were asked to look at was to determine the position of the back door? Okay, so the back door of that residence. Were you asked to look at the locking mechanism to determine in which position it would be open or versus locked?
I was asked to look at, I was asked to document a lock, a bolt lock on the trailer of, Frankie and was found in, and Hannah were found in.
Okay. State's Exhibit T1. 1979.
So that is a photograph of the, I believe it's the front door, or is it the rear door?
The rear door.
The rear door.
And I'm sorry, I could have shown you more. Yeah. Or no, well, aren't there ones that he took? Will it automatically go on his screen?
Yes, I've got it.
Okay. So, picture there, and again, this is a picture that you took,
Yes,
and it appears to be the rear of the
it
residence.
is the rear,
correct?
yes.
Okay.
Do we have an exhibit number on that?
I'm sorry, T2.
Thank you.
Digital picture 1976.
And there's crime scene tape across the back of that door at that time. Is this after the residences themselves have been moved?
That's correct. They had already been removed from the original property and taken to the facility for storage.
Okay. And then I'm going to go back to T1. You know the number?
Yep.
1979. Okay. And then, are you documenting there, again, the position of that door, of the, I don't know what you call it.
The locking mechanism?
Yes.
Yes.
The position of the locking mechanism, and can you tell us if that is in the open position? Or
What
unlocked position?
Yes, I'm documenting the brass-colored locking mechanism that you see on top on this photograph, and that is in the unlocked position.
Okay. And then, just going to show you State's Exhibit B100 from search that Special Agent Fortner did. And again, does that appear to be in that same unlocked position?
That is correct.
Okay. And then, Lieutenant, were you also asked, again, at some point at a later date, to go and swab the window, one of the windows of Frankie Rhoden's residence.
Yes, I was.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit B-131, and again, this is from, these are photographs that Agent Fortner took when he first processed that. Okay. Do you recognize that location?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And what do you recognize it as?
That was, as we're looking at this photograph, that window goes to the rear of the residence. And that was the window that I was asked to take a blind swab of.
Okay. And did you in fact take a blind swab of that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And were you also asked to retrieve some electronic devices from that location, phones and such?
At a later time, yes, we were asked to go back into that trailer and we removed electronics. We had several, I'm going to say 4 or 5 cell phones that we got out of there. Older cell phones. Some of them were broken, screens were cracked, that sort of thing. But that was at a later time, yes.
Okay. And you indicated they were older and some of the screens were cracked. Were those even evaluated or examined, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, no. They were never examined.
Because of the condition that they were in?
That's correct.
Okay. Lieutenant, during your processing of these scenes, did you ever find any evidence of marijuana grows at this location, at the 3122 Union Hill Road?
There was no evidence of any marijuana grow at 3122 Union Hill Road.
Okay. And in fact, did you find any evidence of illegal drug use at that location?
No, we found nothing that would indicate that at 3122 Union Hill Road.
And did you, in fact, at one point or another, again, not on April 22nd of 2016, but at the later dates when you were asked to go into various residences for further information, did you, in fact, at one point or another enter each of those crime scenes?
I did, yes. Not the night of the initial call, but later on, I went into each crime scene. Okay.
And do you have an opinion or what were your observations as far as this scene or this residence in comparison to the other residences that you entered in terms of clutter or cleanliness, etc.?
Objection. We have a time frame?
Well, on April 22nd of 2016, the other residences were not changed as far as nobody cleaned them up or removed any clutter.
Judge, come here.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would suggest that we take a break so that I can recover the one item that I mentioned that is in the property room, and then I can finish with the examination of this witness, if
Yeah,
that's
it's,
acceptable.
we've been at it a little more than 2 hours, I think. We are going to take our morning recess, 15-minute recess. So 11:25 thereabouts will be our time to return, for the jury to return to the jury room, 11:25. That's a little bit more than a 15-minute break. But while you're on break, do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. Do not permit this case to be discussed with you in your presence. Do not form or express an opinion concerning the case. Do no research concerning the facts or the law of the case. Do not view, listen to, or read any accounts or reports of the case, and have no contact with any participants in the case, including parties, counsel, or witnesses. Does counsel for either side have anything you want to put on the record before we recess?
No, thank you.
No, hearing none, then we are in recess. Leave your notepads on your desk or on your seats. Thank you. Please be seated. Is counsel ready for the jury to be brought up?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
You all be seated. The State of Ohio may resume direct examination of Lieutenant Pike.
Thank you, Your Honor. Lieutenant, I think at the break I was inquiring about this residence in comparison with the remaining 3 residents. Did you ever, in this case, look at the photographs of scene 1, scene 2, and scene 4 that were taken by other crime scene agents on the date of 4/22 of 16?
Yes, I've seen them.
Okay. And based on that, do you have an opinion as to 3122 Union Hill Road, the scene that you processed, in comparison to those others, again, just based on cleanliness or clutter, et cetera?
Judge,
Basis.
Rollins, the pictures are in evidence already.
It is.
Well, I'm not sure it's a subject of an opinion, and the relevance of it is.
Yeah,
We can approach about relevance, Your Honor.
So I'll sustain the objection to the form of the question. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Lieutenant, what were your observations as to the condition of 3122 Union Hill Road in comparison to the remaining three?
It was pretty orderly. It was tidy. It wasn't cluttered. Everything seemed to have a place. It was, as far as cleanliness goes, it was relatively clean, and I didn't really have any other observations.
All right, thank you. And Lieutenant, you indicated that you had done a blind swab of the window, will you tell us, what part of the window did you do the blind swab on at the residence that Frankie Rhoden?
It was the frame and like where the window frame, and then where the window would come into the frame.
Okay. And do you remember when you did that?
I believe it was during a search of the trailer. I believe it was in December.
Okay. And did you also do a swab of the chain lock in that residence?
Yes, I did.
And did you also do a swab of the interior and exterior door handle on that back door along with that locking mechanism?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you submit those to the laboratory for DNA testing?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I'm approaching you with what has been marked as State's Exhibit T3. If you could look at that and just tell us, does that represent the three items that you would have, those three blind swabs that you would have submitted to the laboratory for DNA testing?
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And, Your Honor, I believe we have a stipulation in regards to that.
All right, please state the stipulation.
Well, I guess I should ask one more question before I do that. Can you tell us the swab from the door handle and the locking mechanism, what BCI item number was that?
That would be item number 20 and 21.
I'm sorry. That's the lab item?
Lab item number,
Okay.
yeah.
What would the BCI item be there?
Number 37 and number 38. And then the swab for the window is number 39.
Okay. So the door handle and locking mechanism of the back door was 37, correct?
Correct.
And the chain lock was number 38?
Correct.
And the swab of the window frame in the bottom of the window was 39?
Yes.
And does it indicate the date that you submitted that?
December 15th, 2016.
Okay. And was that in fact the same date that you had actually swabbed them?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I do believe that we have a stipulation in regards to these items.
All right, if you'll put that stipulation before the jury.
Your Honor, yes, specifically the blind swabs that Special Agent at the time, Brian White, took of the interior back door handle and locking mechanism contained in BCI item number 37, along with the blind swab of the chain lock on the front door, which was BCI item number 38, and the blind swab from the bedroom window frame and bottom of window contained in BCI item number 39, was submitted to the lab for DNA testing, and data was not sufficient for comparison on all three of those items.
Mr. Parker?
That's correct.
All right. With respect to the stipulation concerning those three items, the jury is instructed to accept the stipulation to be established as fact as fully as if it had been established through evidence in the courtroom.
Okay. And Lieutenant, was each of those samples also consumed during analysis?
Yes.
Okay. And can you just tell us what that means?
That's when the laboratory, when they run their test, they consume or use the entire sample and not just part of that sample.
Okay. Lieutenant, you talked earlier about recovering a diaper from belonging to one of the infants or the infant that was removed from 3122 Union Hill Road.
Yes.
I'm going to approach you with what has been marked as State's Exhibit C 437. If you could look at that and tell us if you recognize that.
This is a brown paper bag. It's got an evidence label on the front that says item number 30, evidence number 30. It's a diaper removed from child at hospital from scene number 3, which was 3122 Union Hill Road. It's got my name on it and that I received it from Major Evans. Major Evans at the time. I guess it's Sheriff Evans now, but.
Yes, thank you. And Your Honor, I do need to clarify one of our earlier stipulations regarding State's Exhibit C 423. This is specifically regarding the swab that he did of Area A, which was in Christopher Rhoden Jr.'s bedroom. We indicated earlier that that State's Exhibit 423, which was the swab of suspected blood from the floor of Christopher Rhoden Jr.'s bedroom, identified as BCI item number 19 and lab number 8, was sent for DNA testing. We indicated that the swab tested positive for blood and contained Christopher Rhoden's DNA. That is correct, but we need to specify that that's Christopher Rhoden Jr.'s DNA, since we do have, obviously, another individual.
All right, the jury is so instructed that we had the previous stipulation and the designation of the DNA of the person whose DNA was shown there was given as Christopher Rhoden, and the defense agrees that Christopher should be amended to state Christopher Rhoden Jr.
Absolutely.
The jury is so instructed.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
The defense may cross-examine.
We have no questions, Your Honor.
You must step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The state may call its next witness.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take our noon recess now. We will be in recess until 1 o'clock. At 1 o'clock, you're to assemble at the jury room to be brought up by court personnel. You are to leave your notepads on your seats there, of course, wear your badges. While you are on lunch recess, you're not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. You're not to permit this case to be discussed with you or in your presence. You're not to form or express an opinion concerning this case until it's finally submitted to you for deliberation and verdict. You're to do no research concerning either the facts or the law of this case from any source whatsoever. You are not to read, listen to, or view any reports or accounts of this case from any source whatsoever, including internet sources such as Facebook, other social media, and the like, or concerning newspapers, radio, or television. And you are to have no contact with the participants in the trial. That would include at least the party's counsel or witnesses. Now, does counsel for either party wish to put anything on the record before we take our noon recess?
No, thank you.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we are in recess until 1 o'clock p.m. Thank you. Please be seated. Is the state of Ohio ready to call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready?
Yes, thank you.
All right, let's bring the jury up then. You all may be seated. All right. The state's ready to call its next witness, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the defense is ready?
Yes.
All right. State may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would recall Dr. Lohman to the stand.
I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand again. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as you shall answer unto God?
I do.
You may be seated. And the state may examine.
Sorry.
Oops. Okay. Could you go ahead and please restate your name for the record?
My name is Dr. Karen Lohman, Looman.
And Dr. Lohman, I'm going to focus your attention today on the autopsies that you conducted regarding Dana Rhoden, Hanna May Rhoden, and Christopher Rhoden Jr., okay? And once again, doctor, you were the doctor who performed the autopsies on those three individuals. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes.
And I believe you already testified that you did the females actually on the same date that they arrived, which was April 23rd of 2016,
Yes.
correct? Okay. Dr. handing you first what's been marked as State's Exhibit I, multiple pages stapled together. Can you tell us if you recognize that?
Yes.
I'm not sure, that must be a horn in the parking lot. Is that what it is? Let's just wait a moment or two.
Sounds like several horns.
Toxicology on the back.
Okay. And is that the report that you prepared in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically regarding which individual?
Dana.
Okay. And then, I'm sorry. This is awful. Did I hand you other pieces of paper? Probably some done up here, sorry. Okay. Handing you what's been marked as State Exhibit I-129, 4 pages stapled together. And if you could look at those and tell us what those are, please.
Yes, these are the diagrams I created when I performed the autopsy.
And again, similar to how you've testified before, those are diagrams that you write on as you are actually conducting the autopsy.
Yes,
Okay. And those contain your handwriting.
yes.
State Exhibit I-140, if you could tell us what that is.
Yes, this is the chain of custody for the receipt of the body of Dana, which is at 6:23 a.m. on the 23rd.
Okay. And that's the time, 6:23 a.m. would have been the time that that individual was scanned and then placed into the cooler at your
Yes.
facility. Okay.
Yes.
And Dr. Lohman, can you tell us, on that day that you conducted that examination, was Dana, you indicated that you did all of the females, so we're talking about Hanna Hazel Gilley, Hanna May Rhoden, and Dana Rhoden, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us, do you know what order Dana was in?
Dana was the third of the day.
Okay. And can you tell us, would she have been removed from the cooler prior, sometime before you actually conducted your examination of her?
Yes,
Okay. And specifically, would she likely have been removed at the time that the first autopsy of the day was started?
yes.
Okay. And approximately what time would that have been, if you recall, for the first autopsy of that day?
Between 7 and 8 a.m. is when the first autopsy, who I believe was Hanna May, was performed first.
Okay. And none of these photos should be taken. And once again, Doctor, did you conduct the autopsy of Dana Rhoden in the same manner that you have testified previously regarding the first four individuals that you've testified about in regards to how you conducted their exams?
Yes,
Okay. So specifically, first photos are taken while they're still in the bag that they arrived in, with the bag unzipped and the body exposed, correct?
yes,
Okay. And then x-rays are taken as well to help you determine both injuries and any bullet fragments or projectiles that might remain in the body.
yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And then progressing from there, ultimately clothing removed and cleaned and then further examined by
Yes.
yourself. Okay.
Yes.
State's Exhibit I-1, which is, well, that's number 1. Okay. And can you please tell us what we are looking at there?
This is a photograph of Dana. We've just opened the body bag, and this is how she appears, how she was placed in the body bag.
Okay. And again, we see the brown paper bags on her hands. And again, is that something that would have already been placed on her body prior to arriving to you?
Yes,
Okay. You can State's Exhibit I-2, which is, that have it.
Captured this photograph, Judge.
And again, Your Honor, or Dr. Lohman is, I'm sorry. I
Oh,
didn't,
I'm going to overrule it.
okay. Is this how she arrived to you?
yes,
Okay. And she is still in the bag in that?
yes,
photograph,
and she's
correct?
uncleaned.
Okay. I-5 with, okay, and what are we looking at there?
This is overhead look at the lower half of Dana's body.
Okay. And regarding any clothing that she had on, she did not have shoes on at that time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Regarding x-rays that were taken, I-123. 123. Oh, do you need the
I need
digital?
that digital, yeah, just A, B, C, or D, or D, or
I can't really tell, but it appears to be a B. Let me see. If you want to look at this. Okay. And Dr. Lohman, can you tell us what we are looking at there?
So this is a side x-ray of Dana's head. You can see she has some fillings in her teeth, and she has 1, 2, 3, 4, about 6 large pieces of bullet and bullet fragments in her head.
Okay. And you can go ahead and minimize that. Doctor, can you tell us, when you did your examination of Dana Rhoden, how many gunshot wounds had she received?
5.
Okay. And again, we can just go through those various injuries one by one so that you can give us the corresponding details for each one of those.
Judge, we'll stipulate all this. We'll stipulate to the injuries.
Your Honor, may we approach, please?
Yes. The objection is overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. Go ahead and if you can put the diagram up first, please. which is State's Exhibit I-129. Just putting the diagrams up at this moment, Dr. Lohman. And can you tell us where was gunshot wound number 1 located?
On the diagram, number 1 is on the far left. It looks like it's on the right forehead. It's a little more on the side of the forehead.
Okay. And if you can bring up I-23. And is that, what is pictured there kind of above her eyebrow there on the side?
That is gunshot wound number 1.
Okay. I-83. Okay, and again, is that now a cleaned up version? Dana has now been cleaned, and that is the same gunshot wound number 1 there where the label is, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Above the label.
Repetitious.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Yes, it's above the label.
Okay. And doctor, can you tell us what did you determine the distance to be of that gunshot wound?
That is intermediate.
Okay. And why did you make that determination?
Very faintly on the picture. I think there is a different picture. There are faint red stippling marks from gunshot powder striking her skin. Okay. It's more on the right side of the wound.
And I can bring up I-80. Okay, yep.
Right there is some red.
Okay. And again, that intermediate is somewhere, not contact or lose contact, but somewhere less than 3 feet, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You can minimize that. And were you able to determine the path that gunshot wound took?
Yes.
And what was that?
It traveled across, following a relatively straight path to the left side of her head. Struck the bone on the left side of her head, but did not exit, and then fell inside her skull to underneath her brain.
And was that, was there any other directionality of that as far as upward or downward that you determined?
I called it front to back and a little bit front to back and downward.
Okay. And gunshot wound number 2. Where was that located?
That is closer to the center of the right forehead.
Okay.
Right there.
Okay. And State's Exhibit I-87. Tell us what we're looking at there.
So this is a picture of both number 2 and number 3. We haven't discussed number 3 yet, but number 2 is the round hole on the right side of her forehead.
Okay. And I-90. And is that a...
Objection, Judge. Repetitious.
Is that a closer up view of, again, both 2 and 3, but focusing for now on 2? That's the circular hole there,
Yes.
correct? Okay.
Yes.
And what you're calling gunshot wound number 3 has nothing to do with gunshot wound number 2, is that correct?
That's correct. They're
Okay.
two separate.
They're close together.
Yes.
Okay. And what did you determine the distance on that?
That one I called indeterminate.
Okay. And based on what?
There's no gray soot or stippling around that particular wound.
Okay. You can minimize that, And can you tell us what was the path of that particular gunshot wound?
That bullet traveled very similarly to number one in that it crossed from right to left and struck the bone on her left side and then fell to underneath her brain. So the path in general was front to back and downward.
And if you want to go ahead and pull the diagram back up, but I believe you just testified then that gunshot wound number 3 is that non-circular injury right next to gunshot wound number 2,
Yes,
correct?
it's an elongated wound.
Okay. And if you can tell us, again, I think you referenced a similar injury in your prior testimony and referred to that as a keyhole injury. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you what's been marked as I3.
Objection to this, Judge.
Overruled.
Okay. And there, again, this is before Dana has been cleaned up, correct?
Yes.
And focusing your attention again on that particular, the gunshot wound number 3, can you tell us where the entry would have been and where the exit would have been?
Yes. Shall I use the pointer?
Yes, please.
The entry would be right here, and then a portion of the bullet exited in this direction.
Okay. So basically exited at the top
Yes.
of the injury. Okay. Go ahead and minimize that, please. And you said that a portion of it exited. So explain to us, it's obvious, it's just traveling straight across the forehead, more or less?
Yes, it's traveling in an upward direction. She was shot at such a sharp angle that it's almost like the bullet grazed the skin and tore the skin, grazed the skull, broke a hole in the skull. The bullet broke apart. A small piece of that bullet did enter her brain, but probably the majority of the rest of it continued going in an upward direction.
Okay. And State's Exhibit I-75? And again, you can see the keyhole injury, which is fairly obvious there.
Objection to this, Judge. It's repetitious.
I'm sorry.
It's repetitious.
Overruled.
This is a cleaned up version, correct? After Dana's body has been washed, correct?
Yes, yes.
And you're able to visualize the injuries with more detail.
Yes.
Immediately above that keyhole injury, it appears there to be an abrasion. Right, you can probably point to it.
Right here?
Yes. Can you explain to us what that?
That's a very superficial abrasion. It may be part of the bullet just touching the skin right there as it continued going upward.
Okay. State's Exhibit, or I'm sorry, if you want to pull the diagram back up again, please. And so basically, in regards to gunshot wound number 3, the direction of the fire through the body was just upward, correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And you already said it was also considered indeterminate.
Yes.
Okay. Gunshot wound number 4. Where was that located?
Number 4 was above her right ear.
Okay. And kind of along the hairline, is that
Yeah,
correct?
it would be within the hairline, just
Okay.
barely within the hairline.
Okay. State's Exhibit I-74. Okay, and can you point to that, if you don't mind, gunshot wound number 4?
Right there.
Okay. And this is after her body has been cleaned, correct?
Yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit I-80. And now you have shaved that part of the hair away so you can get a better picture?
Yes.
Okay, or a better view, I should say.
Yes.
And so did you make a determination regarding the distance of this?
Yes.
And what was that?
Indeterminate.
Okay, so indeterminate means more than 3 feet
Yes.
away? Okay, could be 5, could be 3.5, could be 10?
Yes.
Okay. And again, there appears to be kind of a bruising under the label there.
Oh, down here?
Yes.
That is livor mortis. Her face was likely turned to the right a little bit, so the blood settled a little bit on her cheek right there.
Okay. You can minimize that. And did you make a determination regarding the path of that
Yes.
particular injury?
Yes.
And what was that?
So the bullet essentially went across her head to the other side and was found on the left side, still within her brain.
Okay. So just right to left, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then finally, gunshot wound number 5, where was that located on her body? And we'll pull up the diagram for you.
So that's along her right chin.
I-22. Is that gunshot wound number 5?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to make a determination as to the distance of that?
Yes.
And what was that?
Intermediate.
I-54?
Objection, Judge, it's repetition.
I'll overrule the objection.
Okay. This is now after the body has been washed, correct?
Yes.
And are you able to visualize that injury more clearly?
Yes.
And can you tell us, when you said it was intermediate distance, can you tell us what you base that on?
You can, yes, you can at least see 2 spots on here that are unburned gunpowder that struck her face, which tells you that it was between 3 inches and approximately 3 feet.
Okay. You can minimize that. And can you tell us what the path of that particular gunshot wound was?
That bullet struck her jaw and broke her jaw, and we collected 2 little pieces of lead along her jaw underneath her skin.
Okay. I want to ask you, would that particular gunshot wound have been lethal?
No.
Okay. So if that, for instance, was the first shot that she received, that would not have killed her?
That's correct.
Okay. Regarding the keyhole gunshot wound, number 3, would that have been lethal?
Not instantaneously, no.
Okay. And would that have also somewhat concussed her or caused a concussion of her?
Probably a concussion, what we could consider a concussion. It would probably have knocked her out.
Did you, were there any other gunshot wounds to Dana Rhoden other than those 5 gunshot wounds that you have now testified to?
No.
And I assume you did also do a thorough examination of the external portions of her body, and then also did an internal examination.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And just want to talk to you about a few other injuries that you noted. State's Exhibit I, 86. And what are we looking at there?
Oh, we're looking at Dana's right eye. You can see her upper eyelid is purple with a bruise. When the orbital plates behind her eyes break, the blood seeps forward, and it looks like her eyes are bruised. But some of that blood also seeped in to the white of her eye on the lateral or outside of her eye. So you can see some hemorrhage there.
Okay. So again, not a gunshot wound to her eye, just a result of the other gunshot wounds that she received?
Yes.
Okay. And then I-85? And can you tell us what we're looking at there?
So that's also a right eye, showing again the bruising of her upper and lower eyelid because of the trauma that was behind it.
Okay. And then I-92? And what are we looking at there?
That's her left eye. Her upper and lower eyelids have the bruising as well.
Okay. Go ahead and minimize that. And again, that is not any other injury that caused that other than the gunshot wounds, correct?
That's correct.
Or the gunshots. Did you collect Dana's clothing that day after you had removed her from the bag that she arrived in?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you, first of all, what's been marked as State's Exhibit I-130, and if you could just tell us what that is.
This is the nightgown that she was wearing.
Okay, and if you could put I-71. 71. And again, is that a photograph that was taken before it was, the item was collected?
Yes.
Okay. And then showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit I-131.
This is her underwear.
Okay, and I-70. And can you tell us what that is?
That's the underwear before we packaged it.
Okay, and obviously blood also on that?
Yes.
As well, okay. Did you also collect hair standards and other items from the body of Dana Rhoden?
Yes.
Handing you, first of all, what's been marked as State's Exhibit I-132, if you could tell us what that is.
These are the fingernails of her left hand.
And then I-133.
The fingernails of her right hand.
I-134.
These are her fingerprints of all of her fingers.
I-135.
This is the blood spot card or the DNA card that we took from her blood.
And I-136.
This is a sample of her head hair.
And I-137.
So these are the nail clippers that we used to take her nails.
Did you also collect projectile in this case? Or during your autopsy of Dana?
Yes.
Okay. And is that something that you would have placed in boxes and then given to the BCI agent?
Yes.
Handing you first what's been marked as I-138.
These are many of the bullet fragments that we collected. It looks like they were put in individual little plastic bags and then put into this container.
Okay. I-93. And does that represent what would be contained within that box?
Yes.
Okay. And okay. Oh, go ahead and minimize that. Handing what's been marked as State's Exhibit I-139, if you can tell me what that is.
These are the pieces of lead that we collected from her gunshot wound number 5, where there were 2 pieces off to the side under her skin.
Okay. And I-119.
On the back.
119. Okay. And can you tell us if that, what that represents?
That's some of the pieces of, one of the pieces of lead that we removed from her, around her jaw or her neck area.
You can minimize that. And Doctor, you talked about 5 gunshot wounds, and you were able to tell us the entrance. And I believe you also gave us testimony about where some of the bullets and projectiles ended up within the skull of Dana, correct?
Yes.
Did you notice any exit wounds?
Other than number 3, which is a keyhole wound, which partially exits and enters and exits at the same time, there were no other exit wounds.
Okay. And can you tell us, do you have an opinion, or did you, observations were the bullets and projectile that you recovered from Dana Rhoden, was that consistent with the bullets and projectiles that you removed from Frankie Rhoden and Hanna Hazel Gilley?
Yes.
Okay. And inconsistent with the bullets and projectiles that you recovered from Chris Sr. and Gary Rhoden?
Yes, that's correct.
So you did not notice any of the Hornady rounds or that red plastic kind of signature
No.
characteristic?
Nope.
Okay. And were the injuries that you saw here in Dana also consistent with that smaller caliber bullet?
Yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit I-11. Still Dana. Okay, and again, you photograph the hands in each autopsy that you do, correct?
Yes.
And what is the purpose of doing that?
One of the things is we're looking for injuries. We're looking to see if the nails are broken or if there's some fresh injuries, scratches on the hand. It also documents whether there's any jewelry on the hand.
Okay. I-12. And again, is that the different view of the left hand of Dana?
Yeah, I was thinking that's the left hand, yes. That's her palm.
Yes, okay. I-19. Go ahead.
That's the back of her right hand.
Okay, and then I-20.
And essentially the palm of her right hand.
Okay. And you did not notice any defensive wounds or anything else that would indicate that there was an altercation or encounter?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm going to remove some of these items from you so that you're not surrounded.
Okay. That's okay.
Okay, Doctor, now turning your attention to the autopsy that you, one last question. When you examined Dana Rhoden, did you notice her to be in a state of rigor or not?
She was not in rigor mortis.
Okay. And if there was testimony that while her body was at the scene, that she was in that state, would you have an opinion as to, again, approximately the time leading up to that she would have been killed?
If someone at the scene saw her in rigor, she was within approximately 24 hours after she passed away. When she came to our office, she and I examined her in the afternoon. She didn't have any rigor. That may indicate to me that she wasn't in the cooler that long. I know I read the chain of custody that she was put in at about 6. I don't recall the number. Around 6.
Let me see. 6:23.
So about 6:23. She was transported to our office in a refrigerated truck. I would guess that the refrigerated truck does not stay refrigerated 100% of the time.
Objection to guessing.
Objection to what?
Objection to the witness saying she guessed.
All right, you want to ask another, I'll sustain that. You want to ask another question?
Sure. So her body did not arrive to you until, or was not placed in the cooler until 6:23 a.m.
That's correct.
And I believe you testified already that her body would have been removed sometime between 7 and 8. So I believe you were saying she didn't remain in the cooler very long.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Would her body then continue to decompose, basically, at the point that she was not in the cooler?
Yes.
Okay. And can that explain why she then went out of that phase?
Yes. When she arrives in our office and we checked her in, we put her in the cooler, but per the protocol at our office, we prepare bodies while we're working on bodies. So we knew we had to x-ray all 3 people, so all 3 of the ladies were removed from the cooler and were in various various steps of being processed and prepared for an autopsy. So all 3 of those ladies were not in a cooler for that long at all.
Okay. You also conducted the autopsy of Hanna Rhoden, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And that, again, would have been on April 23rd of 2016, correct?
Yes.
All right. And did you prepare a report regarding your autopsy of Hanna Rhoden?
yes.
Okay. Handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit J. That is 7 pages that have been stapled together. Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, so this is the autopsy report I prepared for Hanna Rhoden. It has my opinion on the front and the toxicology on the back.
And approaching you with what has been marked as State's Exhibit J 95. If you can tell us what that is.
These are the diagrams that I drew when I was performing the autopsy.
And how many pages is that? I'm sorry, just for purposes of
I believe
the
it's
record.
3. Oh, excuse me, 4.
Okay. And does that include a duplicate, or is it actually 4 pages? of
4
diagrams?
pages.
Okay. And then finally, J 106. And can you tell us what that is?
Yes, this is the chain of custody for Hanna Rhoden, and she was checked into our office at 6:29 on the Saturday, 4/23.
And do you know what order you did her autopsy in?
I believe she was second. Hanna Rhoden was second.
Okay. And again, she would have been removed from the cooler at between the 7 and 8 a.m. hour that you mentioned previously, correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And again, were photographs taken of her while she remained in the bag that she arrived in?
Yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit J1. And what are we looking at there?
This is Hanna Rhoden as we opened up the body bag. This is how she appeared from the scene when they put her in the bag.
Okay, and again, those brown paper bags would have already been on her person.
That's correct.
Okay, and this is as she was placed in the bag,
Yes.
correct? Okay. I3. And what are we looking at there?
This is a top-down picture while she's still in the body bag, showing her face and her upper chest.
Okay, and again, the body position that she's in is what you would have found her to be in, correct?
Yes, at the scene, yes.
Okay. J4, sorry, was I saying I before? Okay, so for purposes of the record, these are all J exhibits, so if I have said I, it is wrong, it is J. Okay. J4, there is what appears to be a tattoo close to the underwear line or the bikini line. And can you tell us what those initials are?
The initials are EJW.
And then I5. And again, she arrived in those clothing and without shoes, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And J24. And what are you taking a picture of there?
We are taking a picture of the jewelry that's in her ear. The jewelry's metal, and so it shows up on the x-ray.
Okay, so you just document that so it can be explained in the x-ray?
Yes.
Okay. You can minimize that. And did you, in fact, take x-rays of Hanna Rhoden?
Yes.
I-85. B as in boy.
What was that exhibit number?
I-80, J-85. And if you can tell us what we are looking at.
This is a side view of Hannah's head. You can see that this elongated piece of metal and a shorter one there. Those are the earrings that we saw previously in the previous picture. And then you can see some small radiopaque white pieces of bullet in her head.
Okay. And when you conducted your examination of Hanna Rhoden, how many gunshot wounds did you observe her to have?
2.
Showing you it's been marked as State's Exhibit J, 95, which are part of the diagrams that you completed in this during this autopsy. Can you indicate to us where gunshot wound number 1 would have been?
It's in a lower. There you go. So the diagram on the left, gunshot wound number 1 is in the back of her head, on the left side.
Okay, the one that's in the upper.
Yeah, the upper one, yes.
J56. Can you flip that? Flip it so it's... Okay. And can you tell us where is the gunshot wound number 1?
Gunshot wound number 1 is by that white label, higher up on her head.
Okay. And this is after she has been both cleaned and you have shaved a portion of her hair away,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I don't believe we have any pictures of it prior to that. Was that hard to see when she still had all of her hair on her head?
Yes, it would have been difficult to see through the hair, so.
Okay. And then J57. And can you tell us what we're looking at there?
This is a closer picture of gunshot wound number 1.
Okay. And can you tell us if you determined a distance of that gunshot wound?
Yes,
And what was that?
it was indeterminate.
Okay. So again, that indeterminate means some distance greater than 3 feet.
Yes.
Okay. And again, what makes you say that?
There was nothing on the skin like gunpowder stippling or the gray powder.
And were you able to determine the path that gunshot wound took?
Yes.
And what was that?
It went across her head to the right side of her head and was found on the side of her head in her brain.
Okay. And so left to right, did you also determine front to back or back to front?
Back to front.
Okay. Dr. Lohman, did you observe photographs or diagrams regarding the location where Dana, Hanna May, and Christopher Jr. were shot?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Those were shared with you at the time that you were conducting your examination?
Yes.
Some of them,
Yes,
correct?
yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit C 436. And if you can tell us if this is the position of Hannah's body at the time that she is found in the
Yes.
bed. She's laying on her right side away from this entrance area here. Is the directionality that you just testified to consistent with the position she's found in the bed of someone being over in this area shooting at her?
Yes, in this area or even right next to her bed on that side.
Okay. Okay. And then I believe you indicated there were 2 gunshot wounds. So the second gunshot wound, where was that located?
That was behind her left ear.
J26. Okay. And is that gunshot wound number 1?
That is, before we cleaned it up.
Okay. Gunshot number 2. Sorry. I just asked if it was gunshot wound number 1. It was
I went
gunshot
along
wound
with
number
it.
2. Yeah. We both thought we knew what we were talking about. So that is gunshot wound number 2. We've already discussed gunshot number 1, which
That's
was
correct.
higher up.
That's correct.
Correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. So this is gunshot number 2. J36, please. And that's just a closer up version of that gunshot wound number 2.
Yes, and
Correct.
it's been cleaned.
Okay. And were you able to determine a distance on that particular
Yes.
gunshot wound? And what was that?
Indeterminate.
Okay. And once again, that means that greater than 6 feet distance, correct?
3 feet.
3 feet. J59. And again, this is gunshot wound number 2, correct?
Yes.
And you can see kind of above that, and if you can point to it, that would be helpful. Kind of that almost brownish looking, yeah, what is that?
So that's indentation. It changes color and turns a little yellow-brown after death. So her head was laying against something hard on, that's her left side, at the time of death. And then the blanching or the white and the brown change to it is all what happens after she died. So she was just leaning against something hard at the time of her death, and it left a mark on her skin.
Okay. And J56, just for purposes of that orientation of that. And so again, you can see that brownish area there, kind of between gunshot wounds number 1 and 2, but closest to gunshot wound number 2, correct?
Yes.
Right there about the ear. Okay.
Objection to this photo, Judge.
Overruled.
Can you pull back up the X-ray in J85, please?
TD with what?
Yes,
Same
B,
one?
yep. And tell me, first of all, does this help you demonstrate or show the path, or is there another X-ray that would be better for that?
Probably the other X-ray where you're looking at the front
From
of
the
her
front?
face.
Okay, so that would be A. And is that, that's not really direct on. I do have another one that's more direct on. Would that be better?
I can,
You
you
do
can see it
from
here.
there.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, so gunshot wound number 1 started over here. There is some metal that was left behind around the entrance, and the bullet is right here from number 1. A similar thing happened behind her left ear at gunshot wound number 2. There was some metal left behind around the entrance, and then it came across her head and split into 2. So that was the path of number 2. So you hear some of the earrings, and she had an earring on this side too. Actually, you could see that better on the lateral, on the side view, but she had an earring in her left ear as well.
And so you did determine the directionality of the gunshot wound number 2, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that was similar left to right, correct?
Yes.
And you did not do a back to front or front to back on that, correct?
No, because it's split in 2, so it would be like saying left and right. So
Okay. All right. And I should have asked you this as far as Dana goes, and I did not, that you got a toxicology report for that, for Dana, correct?
yes.
And what was the result of that? And if you need State's Exhibit I, or if you recall.
She has caffeine.
Okay. No drugs,
No,
no alcohol.
no.
Okay. Did you also, well, let me ask you this. Were there other injuries that you noted on Hanna Rhoden?
No.
Okay. So the hemorrhages and the subdural hemorrhage and subarachnoid hemorrhage are all within the brain, correct?
Yes, it's all a result of the gunshot wounds, the hemorrhages and the injuries to the scalp and the bone, the skull itself and the brain.
Okay. And then when you say inferior cortical contusions with brain perforations and lacerations, can you tell us what that means.
Inferior cortical contusions means because of the concussion of the bullet crossing her brain, brain actually has bruises on the underside. The bullet didn't touch the underside of her brain, but the brain shook as the bullet went through it. And so it actually gets bruised because it bounces along the bottom of the skull. So that's the inferior cortical contusions. And what else did I say?
The brain perforations and lacerations, so.
Well, the bullet has a hole through it because of the bullets going through, and then the brain tears, and that's another word for that is lacerations.
And did you actually have some other abnormal finding when you did the internal examination of Hanna Rhoden? Or an additional finding, I should
Yeah,
say.
not necessarily abnormal, but yes, there are
Okay.
additional findings.
And what was that?
One of them was that she was lactating, and the other was that her uterus was enlarged because she'd just given birth several days before. So it takes a while for your uterus to shrink back down. So I could tell that she'd recently given birth.
Okay. And did you also find a thrombus when you did your internal examination?
Yes.
And first of all, tell us what that is.
A thrombus is a blood clot. And there is a vessel that travels between the uterus. Uterus has some tissue that holds onto the ovaries. There's a blood vessel that travels from that area up to the left kidney. And she actually had a blood clot in that blood vessel that travels along the left side of her body. It's not lethal because you actually have another path to get your blood flow through on the right side. It's just something I'd never seen before. I don't think, that certainly didn't cause her death, but it was something that was notable, and so I did document it in the report.
Not related to, did not cause her death?
No,
Okay, and not related to any of the gunshot wounds that she received?
that's correct.
Okay. And did you receive a toxicology for Hanna Rhoden as well?
Yes,
And can you tell us what the results of that were?
caffeine.
Okay, so once again, I think everybody so far has had caffeine,
Yes,
but negative for drugs and negative for alcohol.
that's correct.
Correct. Did you collect the clothing belonging to Hanna Rhoden?
Yes,
Handing you first what's been marked as State's Exhibit J96. If you could tell us what that item is, please.
it says gray T-shirt. This is the gray T-shirt that she had on.
Okay, J30. And is that the shirt that you collected?
Yes,
Okay. Handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit J97. If you can tell us what that item is, please.
this says black shorts.
State's Exhibit J29. And is that a photo of the black shorts that are in that bag?
Yeah, the picture looks dark green, but I believe it's black, black pair of shorts.
Okay. And J98.
Oh, this is her black underwear.
That is the extent of the clothing that you collected from Hanna Rhoden that day?
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And once again, you collected other various items from the body of Hanna Rhoden, correct?
Yes.
Okay. J99?
This is the DNA bullet, oh, sorry, these are the fingerprints that we collected.
Okay. J100?
This is the blood card for DNA, potential DNA.
J101?
This is her left fingernails,
J102?
her right fingernails.
103?
These are the nail clippers.
And 104?
This is her hair sample from her head.
And did you also collect and maintain the bullet fragments that you recovered from the head of Hanna Rhoden?
Yes.
J82? 82? Okay. And what does that represent?
This is what we collected from her head. There are a lot of little pieces and two relatively big pieces that look like bullets.
Okay. And the red things in there, is that just blood or tissue?
That's tissue.
Okay. And J81? So again, same thing, just with the label there.
Yes.
Oops. From the box, and I just turn that off so I can see that. J105. You can tell us what that is.
This is the container that's in that picture and contains all the metal pieces that we have collected during autopsy.
And Dr. Lohman, again, you testified about the entrance wounds. Did you observe any exit wounds on the head of Hanna Rhoden?
No.
Okay. And once again, were the bullet and bullet fragments that you found, along with the injuries that you observed, consistent with the with Dana Rhoden's autopsy?
Yes.
Okay. And consistent with Frankie and Hannah Hazel's
Yes.
autopsies? Okay. And once again, inconsistent with the injuries and bullets and bullet fragments that you pulled out of the bodies of Gary and Christopher Sr.?
That's correct.
Do you have an opinion as to the cause of death of Hanna Rhoden?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
Multiple gunshot wounds to the head.
Okay. And I don't think that I asked you that question regarding Dana. So do you have an opinion as to the cause of death of Dana Rhoden?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
Multiple gunshot wounds to the head.
You know what I'm going to do before I do it?
Yep.
And Dr. Lohman, did you also conduct the autopsy examination of Christopher Rhoden Jr.?
Yes.
And I believe you offered us testimony previously that you conducted the autopsy examinations of all of the males except for Christopher Rhoden Sr. on Sunday, which would have been April 24th.
Yes.
And similarly, did you do, obviously prepared a full report after you had conducted your autopsy?
Yes.
And also made diagrams, as we've seen with each of the previous examinations,
Yes.
while you're conducting the exam itself?
Yes.
I'm going to approach you first with what has been marked as State's Exhibit K. If you can take a look at that and tell us what that is, please.
This is the autopsy report with the opinion page on front and the toxicology on the back that I prepared for Christopher Rhoden Jr.
And State's Exhibit K 89, I believe is 4 pages stapled together. If you could tell us what that is.
These are the diagrams I prepared while I was performing the autopsy.
Okay, and again, in your handwriting in what you did contemporaneously with the examination.
Yes.
And K 97.
Yes, this is the chain of custody for Christopher Rhoden Jr. His body was put in our storage cooler at 6:17 a.m. on Saturday.
And do you know the order that you did his examination?
He was the first on
The
Sunday.
first on Sunday, okay. And once again, Doctor, you photograph them as they arrive to you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Going to show you State's Exhibit K2. And can you tell us what that is, a photo of?
That's a top-down picture of Christopher Rhoden Jr. in the body bag as we opened it.
Okay. And again, in the position that you found him to be within that bag?
Yes.
Okay. And once again, those paper bags that are on his hands were placed prior to arrival at your facility?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe there's actually a tag at the top there that does have his name, correct?
It does have his name. Yes, that's our tag.
Okay. And what clothing did Christopher Rhoden Jr. have on his body?
He did not have any clothes.
Did you also, first of all, just your preliminary view of him, did you notice gunshot wounds on his body as well?
Yes.
Okay. And where were his gunshot wounds?
They were all in his head.
And was an x-ray taken of his head?
Yes.
State's Exhibit K 86, which is B. And can you tell us what we are looking at there?
This is a front to back shot of a photograph of his head, Chris Jr.'s head.
Okay. And again, what are the white objects that are observed in that x-ray?
Those are the bullets that are in his head.
Okay. So some multiple on the left side, and it appears one
One
at
on the
least
right.
large one on the right.
Yeah,
Okay.
one on the right.
And then A, which is State's Exhibit K85. And can you tell us what we're looking at there?
This is the side view of Chris Jr.'s head, and you can see, in general, the location of the bullets. I think there were two that are overlapping one another a little bit, and that's the one closest to the back of his head.
Okay, the one that appears larger in that photograph?
Yes.
Correct, okay. And can you tell us how many gunshot wounds did Christopher Rhoden Jr. have?
4.
And once again, let's go through each one individually. You want to bring the diagram up, which is State's Exhibit K89. And can you tell us where that is located?
The side shot showing the right side of the face, which is on the right side of the diagram, shows us all 4 gunshot wounds.
Okay, so with gunshot wound number 1 being at the top, and again, you kind of do that top-down
Yes,
approach, and then the second one being below that, the third being,
his temple, closer to the front of his face,
and the fourth being,
behind his ear.
okay. K33. Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
This is a picture of gunshot wound number 1 before we shaved it. There's a red dot right here, and that's the hole.
For gunshot 1, and are you able to visualize any of the other gunshot wounds in that photograph?
Number 2 is somewhere in here. I thought I saw a little bit of hemorrhage right, well, if this were the other direction, right below the label actually is, I think
Okay.
it's number 2 here, but I can't see number 3.
Okay. All right, so let's look at K34. And could you flip that, please?
I gotta bring it all
Okay. And if you can walk us through, I believe you said that 1 is at the top there,
Yes,
2 is kind of below it and to the right of it.
yes,
Is that correct?
yes. And number 3 is actually over here on his temple,
Okay,
and then that's number 4.
okay. And this is obviously after he has been both cleaned and you have shaved away some of the hair on his head?
Yes,
Okay, in order to visualize those
the wounds, yes.
wounds. Okay. Can I ask you to bring up K40? And again, this is, if you flip that, please.
Oh, it's actually right.
Is it?
Yep. Oh, no, never mind. Flip it.
Yeah. Okay, so again, 1 is on top
Yes,
and 2 is on the bottom and a little to the right of 1.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And so why don't we, first of all, gunshot wound number 1 and 2, were you able to tell the distance?
both of those are indeterminate.
Okay. And again, what do you base that on?
There's no gray soot or stippling visible on the skin.
Okay. And do you believe you would see that even with the hair, obviously kind of being in the way?
Yes, it's still possible.
Okay. And were you able to determine the path?
Yes.
And what was that path?
Number 1 and 2 went across, he was shot on the right side of his head. They went across and ended up on the left side. Still in his brain, but on the left side.
Okay. You can minimize that. And Dr. Lohman, again, kind of the same question as far as the photographs and diagrams that you've seen of this scene. You were shown some of the photographs at the time of your autopsy, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And referring you specifically to this area, with the doorway being here and the body being positioned in this direction, facing this direction. First of all, these injuries that you're telling us about, 1, 2, and 4, those were in the back of the head, correct?
They were in the back.
Okay. And is that consistent with the body being positioned this way and somebody coming up and shooting him from this side?
Yes.
Of the bed?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so we already discussed the distance was the same for those 1 and 2, and the direction was the same.
Yes.
Okay. So gunshot wound number 3, K30. And can you tell us if you are able to see the wound in that
Yes.
picture? Okay, and where is that located?
That's right below the label. It's a little a little higher than his temple.
And K47? Okay. And is that a close-up of the same wound?
Yes, and we shaved it just a little bit.
Okay. And can you tell us, did you have an opinion as to the distance of that particular wound?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
That one's indeterminate as well.
Okay. And again, because you don't see any of that stippling or other burn marks, et cetera, that you would see
That's
if it was
correct.
closer. Okay. And can you tell us the direction of that particular gunshot wound?
That bullet I've described as going right to left.
Okay. Again, same direction that the others had gone,
Yes.
correct? Okay, gunshot wound number 4, K35. Turn it up the other way, please. Okay. And again, can you tell us where gunshot wound number 4 is?
Number 4 is the one that's right above the label.
And again, obviously cleaned and shaved as well.
Yes.
Okay. And K36. Again, just a closer up view of gunshot wound number 4,
Yes.
correct? And can you tell us if you determined the distance of that gunshot wound?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
That one's indeterminate as well.
Okay. And what was the pathway of that?
I had described that one as right to left.
Okay. So basically, as far as Christopher Rhoden Jr. is concerned, all of the gunshot wounds were from an indeterminate distance, correct?
That's correct.
And all right to left.
Yes.
Okay. and then 3 of the 4 basically in the back part of his head with the number 3 being the temple.
Yes, there's one of the gunshot wounds, and I'm not sure which one it is since they're all on the right side, but one went in through the bone and just sat on the right side of the head, did not travel to the other side. Why it did that, I don't know. Maybe, well, I have no idea why it sat there. But so 1 bullet was recovered on the right, 3 on the left.
And going back to that X-ray, let's remember if it was A, B. Are you able to see the fracture in that?
Yes.
Okay, tell us where the fracture is.
Sometimes when you have a significant enough fracture in the skull, you can see it on the X-ray. So, see this is a dark line across the top of the head. That's a fracture of the skull. So at least one of the fractures of the skull went all the way across his skull. And here you can see it's a little irregular. This is probably where some of the bullets probably struck the bone, attempted to exit, but did not, just fractured the bone there.
Okay, so one of those bullets, it looks like, is kind of at the start of that fracture, perhaps, on that
Yes.
right side. Okay, where it kind of stayed. All right, State's Exhibit K31. And can you tell us what we're looking at there?
So again, the base of his skull was fractured, his orbital plates are broken, and so he's got a bruise of his left upper eyelid because of the trauma behind it. And the inner bone of the ear was broken on the left side, so he's bleeding out of his left ear.
And again, you have other injuries noted here, the subgaleal hemorrhage, the subdural hemorrhage, and subarachnoid hemorrhages. Again, those are all within the brain, is
Yes.
that correct? Okay. And then you have cerebral lacerations and hemorrhage again.
From the paths of the bullet damaging the brain.
Okay. And did you observe any exit wounds to Christopher Jr.?
No.
Did you collect the projectile that you recovered from within his head?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you it's been marked as State's Exhibit K93, if you can tell me what that is.
This is a bullet box labeled from the head, and it's holding all of the bullets in one box that we collected at autopsy.
Okay. K83. And can you tell us what that is?
Those are the projectiles we collected. It looks like there's at least maybe 3, although deformed, 3 intact bullets, and they're, based on the X-ray, one of the bullets, or at least there's some smaller fragments that we collected as well.
And that number that appears there, your label, I know you've testified to this before, you use that when you're taking various pictures of the body and the wounds and the evidence, such as the projectiles that you collect. And is that number consistent with Christopher Rhoden Jr.?
Yes.
Okay. Obviously, you did not have clothing to collect from Christopher Jr., but did you collect the other similar items from the body of Chris Jr.?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you 3 packages marked K90, K91, and K92. If you could just tell me the exhibit number and then what that item contains.
K90 contains his head hair, K91 his right fingernails, and K92 are his left fingernails.
Okay. And then K96,
K96 is the fingernail clippers that we used to cut his nails.
okay. And K94,
94 are his fingerprints.
and K95.
Is his DNA card.
And Dr. Lohman, all of the exhibits that you've been shown today and identified for purposes of the record, both from Dana Rhoden, or Hanna Rhoden, and Christopher Rhoden Jr., did you collect those, maintain them, and then provide them to a representative from BCI?
Yes.
K7, and again, Dr. Lohman, you would have done the same thing you've done with the other individuals as far as taking pictures of their hands, and again, this is standard procedure in any autopsy that
Yes.
you do, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And K7 appears to be the back of the left hand,
Left hand,
correct?
yes.
Okay. K8,
Is the palm of his left hand.
okay, and it appears to be, I'm going to say, wrinkled, I
Yes.
guess? Can you explain that to us?
It's wrinkled from moisture, very similar to you being in the shower too long and your fingers start to wrinkle. His hand was resting in some blood in the body bag, and so it's wrinkled because it got wet. It was sitting in a wet spot.
And K9, I believe that's the right hand,
It's
correct?
palm of the right hand.
And then K10.
It's the back of the right hand.
Okay. And again, same question, no injuries that would have indicated an altercation of any kind regarding Christopher Rhoden Jr.
That's correct.
And did you also, you did obviously a thorough external examination and then an internal examination as well, correct?
Yes.
And did you notice any other injuries to Christopher Rhoden Jr.?
No.
And did you also obtain a toxicology regarding Christopher Rhoden Jr.?
Yes.
And what was the result of the toxicology?
He has caffeine.
Okay, so again, caffeine. Any alcohol
No.
and any illegal substances?
No.
And Dr. Lohman, I believe you testified to this before, but do you know or do you have an opinion if there was a silencer used on a weapon, would that impact or could that possibly impact your distance determinations, I guess?
It possibly could, yes.
Okay. And doctor, do you have an opinion as to the cause of death of Christopher Rhoden Jr.?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
Multiple gunshot wounds to the head.
Okay. And doctor, again, all the opinions that you have discussed today, are those all to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Like the defense may cross-examine.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon?
Good to see you again. Your third trip from Cincinnati.
Yes.
Lovely drive, isn't it? Okay, Doctor, thank you again for being here. I really do appreciate it. I do just have a few follow-up questions, if I could. And I'm going to ask you to help me complete the chart that we've done previously.
Okay,
You have all your reports and everything.
yes.
All right, just to follow up on one of the last points the prosecutor made, the silence. How would that impact your determination of distance?
A silencer, in general, would fit around or in the area of the muzzle,
Yes.
and it could capture some of the soot or stippling that normally would have landed on clothes or the body. It may capture that.
So if I understand what you're saying, the distance could actually be closer than what you have observed.
Yes,
And that would be the impact of a silencer.
a potential impact.
Potential
Yes,
impact.
yes.
Right. All right, just a few other things, some of the basics to make sure I understand your opinions. You do not know the order of the shots fired into each victim, correct?
That's correct.
Right. And you do not know the time in between the shots for each victim.
That's correct.
And with respect to Chris Jr., since you just talked about him, any one of those 4 shots, I believe he had, any one of those 4 shots would have been fatal, is that accurate?
Yes,
And any one of those 4 shots would have rendered him unconscious?
yes.
I think you covered that with Dana, but let me ask you about Hanna. She had 2 gunshots basically to the back of her head. Is that accurate?
Yes, back half of her head.
Back half of her head. And could you just demonstrate for the jury so everyone can see, on your own body, if you could, where gunshot wound number 1 was for Hanna?
It's on the left side of her head. It's about right here.
All right. And that one was going from back to front?
Yes,
So if you could point to your head again. The weapon used would have been behind her head when it struck the back of her head. Is that right?
it could be next to her or behind her.
Okay. Is that consistent or inconsistent with her looking at the person who shot her?
With the bullet traveling back to front, that would be inconsistent.
All right. And gunshot wound number 2 that she had, could you demonstrate that?
That was behind her ear.
So the same general area but lower, is that
Yes.
accurate?
Yes.
Okay, my wonderful chart, high technology that I've used here. Let's see, we've used orange and green. Let's try brown. Now, with the understanding that a silencer may have affected your opinion, with that understanding, let me make sure I get this right based on the report that you gave. So let's start with Dana, if we can, and just go gunshot wound by gunshot wound. She had 5 altogether, correct?
Yes.
All right. And so gunshot wound number 1, you said was intermediate.
Intermediate, yes.
To the right page here. And that's 3 inches to 3 feet. Is that approximately right?
Approximately, yes.
And then you're saying because there's a silencer, it could be even closer.
Potentially. Yeah.
Potentially. All right, so gunshot wound for Dana, and I'll label her DR. Gunshot wound was intermediate, correct?
Yes.
And that was the same as gunshot wound number 5.
Yes.
So once again, approximately 3 inches would be the closest up to 3 feet.
Yes.
Now, with respect to Dana, the other gunshot wounds, which would be 2, 3, and 4 were indeterminate. Is
Yes,
that right?
yes.
So that's a little further away.
Yes,
Once again, that was 2, 3, and 4.
yes.
Moving on to Hanna, who you testified about next, I believe.
Yes,
She had 2 gunshot wounds, correct?
yes,
And both were indeterminate.
yes,
So that would be 3 feet or more. The same chart I have up here now. And let's label her H5. And that was gunshot wound 1 and 2. Is that right?
yes,
And finally, Christopher. Christopher, they were all 4 indeterminate. Is that right?
yes,
That was the same as Hanna, correct?
yes, yes,
Indeterminate?
yes,
So I'll put junior here. And that's gunshot wounds 1 through 4?
yes.
Okay, just a moment, Your Honor. Doctor, thank you very much. Appreciate it. No further questions.
Any redirect from the state?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Let me try to do something.
Dr. Lohman, talking about, you were asked for Christopher Jr. if any of the 4 could have been fatal injuries. I believe you said yes.
Yes.
Correct. And regarding Dana, I believe you indicated that 5, which was in the jawline, and 3, the keyhole, well, this one would not have been fatal, right?
That's correct.
The
Number
one
5.
in the jawline. I believe you said 3 would have probably knocked her unconscious, but it would not have immediately have been fatal.
That's correct.
Correct, okay. So if this, if the jawline, and she had not received any of the other injuries, whatever, would she be able to be making noises at that point?
It's possible, yes.
Okay. Again, talking about your distances, obviously you use the same method to determine distance on every autopsy that you conduct, correct?
Right, right.
And at the time, you don't know if a silencer is used or not, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I believe there's a lot of variables that go into that determination, the power of the weapon, et cetera, correct?
Right.
Okay. But to the best of your ability, your opinions are your opinions, correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And you were just asked about the positioning of Hanna when she was shot and if it was consistent with certain positions. Again, if Hanna is here and facing away from the door, this being where somebody enters into, and she's turned to that side, and I guess I would ask you, when you received Hanna at your facility,
Yes,
did you observe the shirt to be in any certain position?
yes.
And what was that position?
The shirt was pulled up over the right breast.
Okay, which would have been laying on the bed if she was
Yes,
in this
yes, she was
position?
laying on her right, so that side was pulled up and the breast was exposed on the right.
Okay, so if, for instance, somebody comes in through here, this individual sees that person and then turns away, either instinctively because they see a gun and/or to protect the child that's laying in bed with them, are the injuries and the pathways that you saw to her head consistent with that?
Yes.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Any further cross?
Just a question or two. Doctor, you're not aware of the lighting conditions in the home at the time of the murders, is that correct?
No, I'm not.
Thank you, Judge. Nothing else.
Anything further from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Then you may step down. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court's going to recess for the weekend now, and so you'll be going home a little early today. You'll be coming back on Monday at 9 o'clock. Monday at 9 o'clock, you're to assemble at the jury room downstairs the way you've been doing, and you'll be brought up here by court personnel. Now again, because you've had a busy week, there's be a natural tendency to maybe to discuss things which you may not do. There'll be a natural tendency perhaps of people wanting to discuss things with you which you cannot permit. So again, the instructions are, do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. Do not permit this case to be discussed with you or in your presence. Do not form or express an opinion concerning this case until it's finally submitted to you at the correct time for deliberation and verdict. Do no research at all concerning this case, either as to the facts or as to the law from any source at all. And do not read, view, or listen to any reports or any accounts of this case. And that would include newspapers, television, radio, but would also include internet sources such as Facebook or other social media sites. Any source whatsoever, avoid it all, and have no contact with anyone participating in the case, which would include, of course, counsel, parties, and witnesses in the case. Now, you'll be leaving your notepads on your seat. You'll be wearing your badges home. Does counsel for either the state or the defense have anything you wish to put on the record before we adjourn for the weekend?
We have nothing, Your Honor.
No, thank you very much.
Then we are adjourned until Monday at 9 o'clock.